I haven't changed anything. All I've done is added Zoom. So if there's a Zoom presenter, we need to move that.
Is that
We need to move to the Zoom across. Just which one? And that one there. That's there.
It's okay. Looks okay.
Yeah. Okay, so what we need to do is, so is this the first presentation?
Second.
Second. Okay.
Can I just say something really quick? Because I think.
Yeah, a lot of the formatting changed because of the change from the laptop. That's fine. So, okay, we can't, you're saying we can't use my laptop, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because we have to pull the stuff into Zoom.
Yeah,
Okay,
no worries.
so
I'm gonna put my audio here. I'll switch, I'll take that out and put it in here
Yeah.
when I'm doing something.
All right.
Want to share?
Yeah, but you're saying the second one. So there's the first one.
Well, since when I use this first one, this one, the open one.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Okay, so then right into Zoom. So let's go back here.
Good morning. Just a very short and quick announcement is that our load shedding will start at 12 o'clock. They have advised that when the lights will go off, the generators will kick in And now that it's almost 5 to 12, can we perhaps rather wait for that time so we can continue with our procession rather than us being startled by the swap over of the electricity to generator? Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon again. Good afternoon again. I think his or her name, it doesn't say Mr. or Miss or Prof or Doc. So I hope I'm not calling a female a male or a male a female. It's Hessel Gora, Golam Kali. Did I mention it correctly? And he is from the institution. He is from Gandhi King Foundation from India. And his topic that he will be sharing with us is decoding peace in our own life and lifestyle. What does that mean to you? Over to you.
Okay, can I remove this?
You wanna remove it completely?
Yeah. Can I walk around?
Okay, I'll just delete it on my end.
Yes. This exactly is decoded piece of person. So, a wonderful good afternoon. It's already post 12 local time. My name is Hassel, and I represent the Gandhi King Foundation in India. We're based out of Hyderabad, and happy to say that we are here with a group of 30 delegates from different walks of life, from different aspects of society. And the short presentation that I'm going to briefly talk to you about is how do you decode peace in your whole life and what it really means. I'm a student of philosophy, humanities, arts, literature, science, not all. I'm an undergrad. I did my undergraduation in tourism and hospitality management because I love travel. And I hold a master's in business administration. And I did a program called Young Indian Fellowship, where I've done a postgraduate diploma in liberal studies and leadership. And now I work in the higher education sector. So I work for an organization called Graduate, which is into higher education sector, trying to really help students to find their best decisions of higher education to their master's program. So the reason why I took a couple of moments to get this microphone out on the stand is I find it pretty awkward to speak from the stand. Now I'm at peace. And this is how I would decode in my own life. All right. And I think one of the most difficult words that I've ever heard is peace. And I rarely use dictionary, so it's so difficult for me to really talk about the meaning of peace. But like pain, like love, like happiness, peace is an experience. Peace is a very personal journey and experience. And this is how I would like to start my talk. I understand we're slightly delayed in start. So I'm going to reduce my conversation to probably 10 minutes. That's okay. Yes. So how do you think I'm going to decode peace, and how do I look at this word peace in my day-to-day life? We all have different lifestyles. We start the day, we do work, we go to school, like you see a lot of young students here. We go to school and we come back to the place of sport. And then we spend time with the family in the evening and go to bed. If you step back and reflect and look at each second or each moment of your journey from the time you get up in the morning and by the time you reach your bed, there are umpteen opportunities to really be at peace. And I'm going to focus a little bit on the lifestyle. How many of us sitting in the room are vegetarians? Okay, so I assume the majority sitting in this room are non-vegetarians, including my eat meat. Would that mean I'm a non-violent person? Maybe, maybe not. It's a subject matter. I am in a profession of higher education. My job is to enable Indian students to take the right decisions when it comes to selecting their universities for the higher education and also fund by taking the best education board. I work more at the startup and I work about 10 to 12 hours every day. And the way I decode peace in my work is evaluating and asking certain questions every day at my work. The first question I ask myself when I speak to a student is, am I giving the student an honest, an ethical, and a right career-making thought, or am I shortchanging the student for my own personal gain? That is the first question I ask my students, because we play a very impactful role in the students' decision. Students come to us asking questions. Is this a good university that I can go for my master's? Is this the best bank from which I can take a student loan? So my answer, my suggestion is calling a life-changing one for students. So if I don't give an honest and an ethical answer and a counseling advice to the student, that makes me not a good person. So my way of decoding peace is one, in my personal life, the way I carry my day. Second, the way I conduct myself at work. If I had a long evening or had a great party the previous night, and if I'm struggling to wake up early and do my regular things at work, I lost peace for that moment. I lost peace for my day at that moment. So it's extremely a personal journey that we all need to understand. Especially I see, this is a youth symposium and we see a lot of young people today sitting in this wonderful session and room. The question I'm going to ask is, how do you understand this word called peace? How many sports? Do you play sport, my dear friend? Do you play any sport? No? What sport do you play? Soccer. Great. Soccer is a very interesting example. And let me just quote the possibility of how can you decode peace while playing this sport soccer. Interestingly, soccer is a contact sport where you have an opportunity to really hurt someone, where you have an opportunity to either break somebody's ankle or knee. And you are presented with multiple opportunities at a very young age. I think you must be around 15 or 16 years. How old are you? 18. An 18-year-old young man probably might know the definition of the word peace or non-violence. They are big words. But he has an opportunity every day when he's playing soccer to actually start winning. He has an opportunity to be violent, but he has a choice to make at sport. He has an opportunity where he can probably push the opposite player and ultimately break his ankle, or be compassionate, be caring, be honest, and play the sport in the spirit of it. That's an opportunity this young gentleman has when it talks about decoding peace at sport. I have an opportunity every day to shortchange a student's decision and make more money. I have an opportunity to shortchange the student decision to go to a bad university, but I can get my money because they're getting high commission. However, the answer, the choice, is as I said, a very personal journey and decoding peace in your individual life, one in your daily life, two at work, three with family. It's a subjective and a personal journey. Every day you and I will get umpteen opportunities to really be violent and not be at peace. But it's a personal choice and you need to take a call how you want to be at peace. That's my short presentation about how do I look at the big word of peace into my everyday life at work. What kind of questions I will ask myself. You don't need to show that you're a great person, you're saint, or you're a peaceful person to the entire world. But if you're fundamentally looking inward and being honest, am I being at peace with the action I've taken today? Am I being at peace with the word I said to my neighbor? Am I being at peace in the way I'm working and showing my work ethic with my colleagues, peers, or with my supervisor? This is going to be the answer. And the beauty about peace, as I said, is forget the dictionary, forget word, meaning, synonyms, etc. You need to know the meaning of the word called pain. We know what pain means. We know what love means. We know what hate means. We also know what peace is. It's a personal journey. You don't need to share it with anyone, but you need to work. You need to decode it yourself at every stage of your life, at every stage of your day, and that's how you're going to get to a better day. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer questions. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, very good presentation, loved it, especially because you talk about doing things with yourself, you find is the best piece that you can sleep with. My question is in connection with the soccer release that you made. Now, what happens when you want to make peace with yourself and you decide to play fair in the game?
Yes.
But in a game like soccer, which is very violent, no offense to those who love soccer, what happens when your teammates want to win and expect you to play dirty? Your position in the team might get affected by the fact that you're not playing dirty.
Understood. Thank you. And with request for organizers, any questions, please come forward and ask on the mic for the audit. But Mark's question is, in the case of soccer, you are at peace and you don't want to really get dirty, but that might cost you the game. That might cost you the game, but how will you handle it? My approach, if I were in that position, you need not be violent, aggressive to take the ball or push somebody to win the game. I would master my skill. For example, if my goal is to win, aggression is one way. I will master the skill. I would be probably work harder and be a faster runner. So, for example, if you take the instance of cricket, thankfully South Africa understands cricket. We need both types of players. Maybe he will not, if his personality is not an aggressive guy, probably will not be a striker, he could be a goalkeeper. Or he has an option to master a skill which might not need aggression. It's not into a combat sport, at least. It's not into a combat sport like boxing or a martial art where he will just be addressing it. Any stage, winning is the way, but short-changing is not the way to win. I'm sure he will find a way to master this. Maybe you call it dribbling or running or being smart. I think he will find a way. Thank you. You can please come forward and ask a question. You have a question, right? Please come forward and ask a question.
So my question relates to everybody, my name is Fatima. My question relates to the scenario that you talked about in your work, where you said that you had the responsibility and the job of making sure you were directing students to the correct resources or, outlook that they needed, and that if you weren't, that you were being a bad person. So my question relates to intention. You actively have to engage in the intention of what your responsibility is towards the students that you are preparing. Just that each of us have to actively engage with the intention to be peaceful. So how do we clear our intentions to be pure of heart, especially against when the distractions in society that can force us to be unintentional and almost take advantage of the situation or the opportunities that come in front of us.
That's a wonderful and a very difficult question, Fatima, to be honest. Thank you for asking this question. It's the way that you would like to look at your life. If you are looking at a myopic or a short-term gain, then you will be stressed and worried about each and every time. But if I know that fundamentally my goal is to not make money, for example, I'm talking about my organization, of course, I want to make money, there's no doubt about that. But if I'm focusing on the goal, which is making money, my intentions will also translate to actions which might not work in that way. And it might lead towards short-term. But if my goal is to get the student the best university that he would get into, or probably the student aims to get into rank X, my goal is to get the student into a rank better than X, so he'll be happy. And the outcome will be better money. So my intention is to better the student's career in life. And if I'm looking at the long-term intent versus the short-term intent, fundamentally there will be difference. So intention is very important because you are always striving, especially if you are in a stressed environment. There's a lot of possibility of changing your intent. You might need to change your intent at times, but question yourself, is the change of the intent, is it short-changing your longer goal? As long as your longer goal is aligned, which is giving you inner peace that you have decoded, intent is okay to change is what it's a personal journey as well. You might need to change intention because maybe there are certain external factors which are not under control. For example, the bank is not giving you, or a student or the university is not giving the admission in time. So you might need to change your intent. But I can ask the question, will this change your intent? Am I shortchanging the student, or am I disrupting the bigger goal of getting the student to a better university? When my answer says no, my goal is still the same, where the student is to get into the best university. Intent is more a short term, it's a logistical aspect. Hope I answered your question. Yes, 2 more minutes. Okay, got 2 more minutes left. I'm loving the questions, so it'd be good to have more questions already in comments, because each one of us, there are about 50 to 60 students or people in this room, and if I give you a stick note and ask you what decoded piece you means in your life, there are going to be different questions. Yes, sir. Please come forward and ask.
Good afternoon. My name is Yabuga. Just if I'm listening to you correctly, so what you're saying is that peace is an individual and a subjective experience. Now, does that individual kind of subjective experience of peace not first create a tension between individual interests that I may have as a person vis-a-vis collective communal interests that a particular group or particular grouping within society may have as communal interests? So does it not create a tension between the individual sort of experiences and aspirations vis-a-vis the communal interests? And furthermore, how then do we wrestle with the tension between those contrasting interests?
Thank you so much. Absolutely. every stage, every morning when you get up and when you dress to work or you dress to go to school, you have attention, which color shirt you wear today. When you go to a restaurant, you have attention what to choose. When you go to shop, you have attention what to choose. Going back to the popular time, the individual goal or the individual aspect of peace and the team's goal is to win. To be honest, there is no tension here. Tension or being stressed is also a controllable factor. And probably 5 out of 10 times, your personal goal intent would probably differ with the larger communal or your team's goal. But the choice lies with you, whether that should be creating anxiety or stress to you personally, or do you have an option, do you have a direction to find a way to collaborate? That's where team is at. If there are 10 people or 11 people playing a cricket game, 10 people are 10 different forces. But the goal is to win sport, to lift the cup with different intent, different skills, different thoughts, personalities. But goal is so as long as you're able to find your way, that your bigger goal is mine. That's the beauty of human being, that we are the fastest or the most evolved species on this planet. They will be different from each other, but look at the bigger goal, and that's how we will get Yes. Yeah, only 1 minute, so last question, I'll be short enough. Last question.
This is not a question, this is an observation.
Sure.
The possible generation, they were living with so much anxiety and so much tension. Even a nursery school student also mentioned to their parents, mother or mother, I am so tense. But the situation is prevailing in almost all societies, especially in African society or Indian society. Why the reason for that is too much anxiety and too much tension in society? My simple observation is that everybody is concerned about their future, and we are living in an uncertainty world. And there are so many forces in and around us to influence us. And we are not in a position to reach that level. That may be the basic problem that you mentioned is very correct. Peace of mind is very important. Without peace, no prosperity, no satisfaction, no contentment.
Absolutely. I'm sure our generation is more anxious than my parents' generation. With lesser resources, with lesser opportunities, with lesser technology, how they were a happier generation.
Yes.
And that's something that we need to really learn, because we need to adapt and really reflect that, okay, we're getting anxious. Yeah, we talked about a 30% pay hike every year. But if I am slightly stepping away from that and identifying what really makes me a happy person, better person, and a peaceful person, I think it's important to step back and think. But thank you for sharing this matter. Thank you so much for giving out and if you want to do.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that profound presentation. Our next speaker is Nemo Patel. I hope I also pronounced your name and surname correctly. Just a short biography about our next speaker, Empty Hands Music. Nemo is many times recognized for his degree from Wharton Business School or for his high-flying Wall Street job, Or as a rebel who left Wall Street to pursue passion in music and rose to fame in the early 20s, as an MTV rap star. But the story wouldn't be complete if it ended there. Over the last 14 years, Nemo has been serving the poorest of the poor in the slums. I hope I also pronounced this correctly. Ahmedabad. Thank you. Using the arts as a tool for human transformation. Thank you.
Thank you for your session. I still thank you for this stuff. Thank you for your sharing. Can I get 2 volunteers quickly to help me? Yes, brother? You? Yeah, 3. 3 of you. If you can just pass out 1 for each person, but these are not for you, so just hold them. Give them. Thank you. So the title actually connects with Panditji's last sharing, as well as our brother here's last question of if we're to find peace, how does that conflict with or help the external collective? The title of the sharing I wanted to give today is Change Yourself, Change the World. A lot of times we hear the idea of let's make impact in the world or in the community. And over the years, I think for me, the lesson has been, I just need to work on myself. And as I work on myself, everybody around me actually gets impacted. You know, so this is kind of a little sharing on that journey.
Let's see if we can get this presentation mode.
Okay. So just a quick popcorn question. Anybody, can you share like what's your dream for your life? Especially got our young souls here, and it shouldn't stop at whatever age you're at, we can have dreams, right? But if anybody wants to share what's your dream, what's your vision or hope for your life, does anybody have something they would like to share? Yes. A peaceful life. Wow. Beautiful. Anybody else? What's the dream that you guys have once you graduate college? What's the dream that you're holding in your heart? Don't be shy. Here. To be able to not have to worry about financial constraints, right? Be able to just have that freedom of choice. Yes. What's that? Okay, it was just a short training. No worries. Yeah. Anybody else? Any other hopes or dreams? Yeah. So the question that I wanted to bring up is similar. Just like you, dear, this was my dream when I was in high school. And the title of this poster says justification for a higher education. Right? To say if we get educated and we advance, then we can have this. Right? But I'm also happy that my dreams evolved. Because that's just who we are. We are constantly changing. And when I had my incident of being thrown off the train, it's all different for all of us. We will all have an incident of being thrown off the train. The matter is, like the young boy shared today, money. He shared that little paragraph of what Gandhiji was thinking about when he was thrown off the train. Should I return back to India? Should I just continue to ignore what happened and go straight to Pretoria? Or should I reflect on it and take action as I process what just happened to me? And I think it's very important as we continue on our journey in life to be ready to hear the signs. This was a very obvious sign. Something physically pushes you, you fall down, you realize the racial injustice that happened, and it makes you think. But there are a lot of signs in our lives that we ignore. Something that makes you think that, wait, I should think differently. I should be different because of what just happened to me. But a lot of times we're like, okay, no, it's fine. I'll ignore it. It won't happen again. Right? So I think the question I have here, the format is a little messy. What will be your train incident? And will you be able to capture that in your life? To say, whatever it is, sometimes it's reading a book or listening to a speaker or watching a movie or getting treated poorly or seeing some form of suffering happening in the world and saying, that's not right. I want to do something about it. I need to change. I want to make change. I want to help make change. So I want to propose that question for all of us to keep reflecting on this. What is your train story? What is your being thrown off the train story? And it doesn't have to be as violent, but something to think about. Over the last 15 years, I moved. I was living in the US. I moved to Ahmedabad, Gujarat. Ahmedabad, Gujarat is where Gandhiji moved to after he came from South Africa. He spent 21 years in South Africa. And when India was calling him for this sense of help, we need your help as well. Gandhiji moved back to India and he traveled across India to learn about his country that he's from. And then he decided he would move back to Gujarat because that's his home state. It's on the western part of India. And he said he would be able to enact as much change as possible in his native tongue. Right? So he chose that as his beginning ground when he moved back. And he started this ashram, like we have the Phoenix settlement here in South Africa. He started the Satyagraha or the Sabarmati ashram. The last 15 years of my life I've been living there, this ashram. And we have continued Gandhiji's legacy not through any political effort, but through the heart effort of Gandhi. And his heart effort was, how do I serve the poorest of the poor? How do I serve those in need? That's my life journey. That's what he felt. And so our legacy, our way of continuing his legacy is through that. And we work with almost 2,500 children daily through nutrition, arts, education, holistic development to give them an opportunity. We work with another 3,000 women daily. And I wanted to share my lessons over the last 15 years, living in Gandhiji's ashram, but more importantly, trying to learn from his spirit in serving humanity, right? And these lessons for me are more about what are the changes they have created in me from my old mindset. Yes, I used to work in New York City on Wall Street. I went to the #1 business school in the world, and I was making a lot of money at some point. I was on MTV as a rap star, but something stuck with me that I'm not happy. I didn't find that peace in that work. And I had to make change, and I wanted to make change. And that's when I remember this quote by Gandhiji. He says, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Right? The best way to find yourself, when we're lost, we're all lost in some way or another. Life is never perfect. But the moment you start living for others, which is all that Gandhiji and Mandela and King did, the moment you start living for others is the moment you start finding your deepest purpose, your deepest joy. Because when you help others that are suffering, there's no material wealth. That mansion could not fulfill my heart the way I'm fulfilled by the way a child smiles, or the relationship I'm able to build with a woman in need or a child in need. And so I think the legacy of continuing Gandhi, King, and Mandela has not only to do with politics or to change systems, it's to change hearts. And starting with our own. So one of the first lessons I feel like I learned moving into the space that I had moved to at the Gandhi Ashram was to rewire myself from this idea that everything is about the result. It always used to be, coming from a business mindset, is that the goal is the profit and loss statement. The goal is the numbers. And coming here, started realizing that there is no goal. It's the journey. It's the process. So the ashram that I live at, Gandhiji was there from 1970 to 1930. 1930, does anybody know of something very important that happened in Gandhiji's life and in the freedom movement that happened in 1930 on March 12th? Does anybody remember? Does that be much? So Gandhi, probably his most prolific satyagraha, non-violent form of protest, most amazing marketing as well, because it got the word out to the world in a very powerful way that he decided to protest the taxation on salt. But it wasn't just a protest with the board. It was saying, we're going to go march to the ocean. And that march will be publicized by all the world's media. And as we march walking, millions of people will join along the way. And eventually when we get to the ocean, we will harvest salt. as a symbolic way to prove a point. So, but what's powerful about that process is it wasn't something, a goal that Gandhi had set. In 1917, when he started the Satyagraha Ashram in Ahmedabad, Gujarat, he did not have a mindset that on March 12, 1930, 13 years from now, I will do a salt march. That wasn't his mindset. His mindset was very day to day. As the day arrives, how do I serve? How do I grow? And in this ashram, there were 12 vows that he had to, that anybody that wanted to live in this ashram had to live by. And many of them are the values that have been shared throughout the day about truth, nonviolence, acceptance of all forms of humanity, religion, manual labor, the idea of removing untouchability and racism. All of these values were inculcated in his practice. But the reason why I'm saying this as a journey versus a result is that it took 13 years for Gandhiji to help cultivate 78 souls that wanted to join him on this march. Again, without this idea that I'm going to do this march. But when March came in 1930, there was something in his heart that was calling that we're ready. It's not that we were trying to get ready, it's that we felt we are ready now after our daily practice. Daily, day in and day out for 13 years saying, now we're ready to do the salt march. And this idea of a journey-oriented life vision, instead of saying this is where I need to reach, I think brings magic that we can never imagine. It's like the water coming from a mountaintop, from a glacier saying, I need to reach this spot. He has no clue, or she has no clue where she's going to reach, whether it's going to be feeding a tree, going into a pond, getting to the ocean, feeding into another river. But that freedom of living life from that space of deep intention, as was just discussed, having an intention and taking the next step. Recalibrating, reevaluating that intention, and then taking the next step. And before you know it, you can move mountains. You can shape the world, as Gandhi said, gently, when you live from that day-to-day space of deep intention. It's the image of the salt march. My favorite quote, the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. This was my beginning of my service journey. I'm an artist, and I love using the arts as a tool with children. So when I came to the Gandhi Ashram, I decided I would direct a musical with children, and then we would perform that. But to me, it wasn't just working with children from very difficult and challenged backgrounds. It was a journey. That's what I wanted to commit myself to. Not the idea of creating a show only, but walking on a journey. And so you see, these are, even though it was about creating this amazing musical on Gandhiji's life, we ended up doing small things every day that made it this process of us actually developing the values that we were performing on stage. It's one thing to perform nonviolence and peace and talk about it, but it's another one to practice. For example, at the Dance Art Academy that we were getting our training at by Malika Sarabhai, a very famous Indian choreographer and dancer. I had told her, I said, as an offering back to you and to your academy, we want to clean your bathrooms every day. So every day after practice, this is Chandani cleaning the girls' restroom, the boys and I would literally get into the urinal, get into the toilet and clean with the spray, with the scrubs. And the girls would do the same. And then after that, we would go to the park across the street, clean the park, and then we would have our snack. But to me, this was the practice. How are we actually practicing to be the change? Then the show would matter. Otherwise, it's just acting. You know, small things like that. This was always an important thing for us. If you look at this dance academy, you'll see the slippers of all the teachers. What they do is they just walk up there and they flip their feet. So the slippers just kind of pile into this mountain. But for us, it was a very important practice to respect the space, to love the space. And how? Just by addressing small situations like this, paying attention to small details. On the right, we were doing a street cleaning that we did once every few weeks, slumber party at my home, art workshops, exposure trips for our kids. Here's Krishna feeding some plants. Here's other kids when we would see a dead animal doing a burial for it. But this idea of really being together and practicing these values that are important to us. We would go to hospitals to do little acts of kindness, to give flowers to patients to make them smile. And then eventually we did a show. The magic of this show to me was that if I would have set out this idea that I want to do a world tour with these kids, that's the goal, I guarantee it would never have happened. But the goal for me was to love our children. And to love my children, that energy grew into a world tour. People started supporting. People said, come to America, come to the UK, we'll cover the cost. And before you know it, we ended up performing across the world for 2 months. These are children who have not left their community at all, except to go to the villages. And here they are performing on some of the biggest stages in America and in the UK. And again, it was a lesson to me that when we focus on the journey, the results happen by themselves. They're not up to you. I could never have raised $250,000 to fly 25 people across 13 cities, across 2 continents. That's not within my capacity. I don't have that mindset. But if I'm able to love my kids, then the world took care of the rest. And that's a magical lesson that I think for all of us, that if we pay attention and our heart is into the process and into the intention, then magic in the world conspires around us. So I want to share a song. Like I said, I'm an artist. I'm a hip hop artist, but I wanted to share a song with you just because I know so much talking. I want us to do something together. So I want you guys to sing along with me though. And this song was a song I wrote after this journey with the kids, realizing that the song is called Planting Seeds. And the words here are this idea that what we can do is we can plant the seeds and we can water the seeds. What grows from there is not up to us. The world has its own ways of working. But if we keep on planting with pure intention, beautiful things emerge. And sometimes they don't. And that spirit of selfless offering is what this song is about. So would you guys be willing to sing along with me? Yes. Okay. Thank you. So it's very simple. We'll just do it once and then you can repeat after, or we can sing it together actually. The words are clear. The melody is this. Whatever, okay, with our hand movements. Are you guys okay with that? Let's do hand movements. So whatever grows will grow. Whatever dies will die. Whatever works will work. Whatever thrives will thrive. Whatever fails will fail. What's meant to soar will soar. I am planting seeds. All right, so we're gonna do this with the music. Everybody has a heart pin, right? Okay, we'll get back to that. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Okay. Sorry. Been a long time running, never knew that no one know now. Here we go. I spent a long time running, never knew then, but I know now. That the fruits they always coming, but you can't go around, it's just not even there. It takes a long time to show and we never see them. We look at them now, but the roots are always growing, no matter if I'm there or never around. All right, here we go. This is what we sing together. Don't control. Not interested in the clay pots and molds and sitting there. You have running unfold. Wait for the fall down, and let it go. And let it go. And fight for it. to take steps away instead of doing a lot of rush and freedom, not just a whole to get caught. But trust the Lord, turn the night and now learn it. He had it going forward, no credit to faith, no credit to all the higher power. It's when the seeds are, so when the seeds are, the seeds of gold, and the real gold, when the night starts to fall. It's fine. Yeah, you know, it's been a long time running, I never knew that, but I know now. But the stay, it's not it, but you can't go around, she's knocking them down. It takes a long time to show it, plant the seed there, look at them now. But the rules are always rolling, no matter if I'm dead or never around. Okay, so we're gonna sing it 3 times together. Here we go. I have one last meeting, see, whatever roads we run, whatever night will night, whatever works will work. The lines will fly, the dance will pay, the next fall, it's all. Yep. The beautiful quote that the true meaning of life is to plant trees under whose shade you do not expect to sit. Right? You look at Gandhi, King, and they're not reaping the fruits of the seeds they sowed, right? And this is an intention we can live by, which is, what am I doing now? I don't need to see the results, but I know that the intention is towards the seeds that will reap fruits for future generations. Right? So that's one thing. I want to be respectful of time, so I just want to check. 2 minutes. Okay. Sorry, just like 45 minutes still left. But I'll take you quickly through, I think, the rest of the lessons for me. One was from big to small. My mind was always on the big. When I left high school, I wanted to become CEO of Warner Brothers. That was my vision, which is a big media company. And I was on that path, actually, until I came to the Gandhi Ashram. And it rooted me back to how important the small things are. And I go back to slippers because I love this idea of small, right? How do I go back to, and when we focus on the small, many big things emerge. There's this one saying by General McRaven. He says, make your bed every morning. Small thing, but when you do that, it has a ripple effect to the next action you take in your life, in the day, in the morning, which ripples throughout the rest of your day, which then, if that becomes a habit, your whole life. This idea of compassion for all. So the hearts that you have, I told you they're not for you. They're meant for you to pin onto the person next to you. Okay, the reason why I say pin on is because it's easy to hand something. It's easy to make a donation to an NGO. But to give some time to say, wait, how does this pin work so I do not hurt the person, but yet it goes on their shirt and then they can wear it knowing that somebody else offered it to me? That takes a little time. So in the next 20, 30 seconds, take some time, gently, delicately, with compassion, pin a heart on your neighbor. Oh, thanks. No problem. It's only a touch. All right, continue on. Thank you, everybody, for taking part. Quick, I want to do a quick 1 minute of 3 stories of Gandhiji. Gandhiji was at the Sabarmati ashram, and he was with a big British general at that time. This was back in the 1920s. And his ashram was very simple. There's no formalities. There's kids living in their families. As long as they live by the vows, you're allowed to stay there. And in the midst of this big meeting, right, all these generals are talking about this whole idea of independence and planting seats for them. A young girl comes and says, Bapu, Bapu, Bapu is Gandhiji's name, the father. Bapu, Bapu, there's a goat that hurt its leg. Imagine the meeting, a prime minister, 2 prime ministers are in a meeting, and some young kid comes yelling in the middle of that meeting, saying there's a goat that hurt. But for Gandhiji, that was important. Not only was the goat was important, but the child was important. Right? And he ended up excusing himself to tend to the goat, but also teach the Britishers a lesson of humility, of compassion for all beings. Right? Similarly, imagine a man that receives thousands of letters. Gandhiji in our ashram in Ahmedabad, we have an archive of almost 30,000 letters that Gandhiji wrote to every human being that wrote to him. I mean, now it's like boom, boom, voice recording, email, Gmail, whatever. But imagine writing physical letters. That's how attentive. We hear about the big nonviolent protests and we hear about the independence movement, but we don't hear about these stories, which really makes him who he is and who he was, which was the compassion quotient, the spiritual element that keeps him so grounded that everything and everyone is so important to him. And lastly, the slipper story, the cute one. He's going on a train, he's getting on a train, and he obviously has an entourage around, and as he steps up, one of his slippers falls. And everyone jumps to go down to get his slipper, and by the time they do, he already released his second slipper, saying, somebody could use this. And he walked on barefoot onto the train. But the mindset of compassion, the heart set of compassion, and I'm going to skip this last session. I had one more song. If you have time, we can do one more song, but I want to be respectful of the time. We're way out of time, actually. But thank you, guys. Ultimately, I just wanted to remind us of these 4 ways to change ourselves, which is focusing in on the process and on the journey of anything we're doing, any relationship, any action, any work. Never forgetting how important the small things are. And how do we open ourselves and exercise our muscle of compassion towards all beings? Yes, oh yeah, sorry. That was it. Today's Gandhi, for all of us, it's different. For me, it's a spiritual being whose life's work and spirit emits joy from within and positively impacts the lives around him. I don't think Gandhi wanted another Gandhi. Gandhi wants us all to be just loving souls ourselves. And Dalai Lama also said something similar. He's like, there won't be another Dalai Lama. We all need to be that. We all need to capture and carry that light within ourselves and make small changes, do small acts of love with those around us. Yeah, so I think, sorry. I was very blessed to walk in. This was my presentation already, but then I walked into the hotel yesterday, the Regal Inn, and here it says, love all, serve all, on the bottom of my hotel key card. How blessed is that? I started sending this to all my family back in India. But thank you. My IG is Nemo Empty Hands, just if you ever want to stay connected or message. And my nonprofit in India is called Manav Sadhana, based in the Gandhi ashram. Anybody ever comes to Gandhiji's ashram? I know my brother Nitin has been there many times. But if any of you ever come to India and come to the Gandhi ashram, please reach out, because it's a home for you. We have volunteers that come to serve with us. And my music nonprofit is called Empty Hands Music. So you can see all our songs and music videos on YouTube. They're all values-based. Thank you so much. Lots of love.
Thank you, dear.
Okay, just stay for a while. I'm going to allow for the next 5 minutes or so.
We need to turn to the night.
Oh, there you go. We will allow for 5 minutes before our next speaker comes up for questions, comments, inspiration, motivation that you must have had during this beautiful presentation that we've just heard right now. The floor is now open for 5 minutes. There is a revolving mic though.
Yeah.
Anyone?
Good question. So the question is, where are the hearts from? So we work with, like I shared, with women and children in our communities, and this is a livelihood project for them. They make it out of recycled scrap material. So there's bigger clothing material, putas and different curtains and things that our women make. And then from that scrap material that's left over, they're able to use to make hearts, and we pay them so that they can have livelihood. And for me, I love gifting it to the world. So I love to share like this with love. So we connect the dots with our women and with our family around the world. Thank you. Of course. Now it's yours. Before it wasn't yours. Before it was your neighbor's. Yes, brother.
First, I want to say greetings. That was amazing. I'm sure I remember you from London. I used to move with years ago, but we talked about it. But I just wanted to say that for me was we brought a performative way, you know, actually doing this practice.
It's true.
Amazing. But what I wanted to ask you, why empty hands? And I'll tell you why, because I'm a martial artist, so I've got my dog in karate and karate is basically empty hands. But people misread it and they think it's about violence and it's about miracles. So you don't have what you case.
Oh, it's beautiful.
So I just want to talk about my brother, but shooting your friends.
Oh.
Thank you, brother, for your sharing. And empty hands, for me, the inspiration behind it is that this saying had always rung with me when I was in college, that we come onto this planet empty-handed and we leave empty-handed. You know, so for me, it's like you have this gap, this window of time that you're going to live, and most of our time is, like we're talking about anxiety and stress, is revolving around this mind. And yet we don't remember that actually it's not, it's all going to be gone. And so if we're able to dial in and come back to the intention, clarity of the wisdom that this is all so impermanent. I need to live with greater joy, with less greed, and for the love for others. It's a reminder for me. That's why I use that. Thank you, brother.
Thank you. There's another hand here. One more.
Exactly. Explain with what your Peter Maritzburg day experience?
For me, it was a variety of things, but to keep it quick and short, one is I was living at my apartment was 1 block away from the World Trade Center during 2000, 2002. So when 9/11 happened, it hit me hard. Then I had some health issues. That triggered, then certain relationship issues I had. And it all kind of made me keep asking, what am I doing while I'm here? Who am I becoming? And is this what it is about? And ultimately, when I reached more material success, I wasn't happy. That's what the trigger was. That if I reach all this material success and I'm still not happy, that means there's something wrong with me. Because that was my dream. And that's when I knew I needed to change myself. So there were different moments, I think, that kept triggering, and there were signs for me to keep reflecting. Thank you. Yeah.
Myself, Gopal Charan from India.
Thank you.
What must be needed to attract young generation to Gandhi's model?
We are doing it right here. This is it, brother. You know, giving a platform for our youth, for our children, our society to reconnect and redial in with, if we're talking about Gandhiji or Mandela or King. So I think kudos to all our organizers, Brother David's right here, and all the team that have helped organize a platform like this to give children a chance, to give our youth a chance, and to give us as adults also a chance to reconnect with the intention of those great souls. And how do we extract some wisdom, some inspiration so that we can take steps?
What reply can be given to when they ask what we will get to follow Gandhi?
We're not following Gandhi, we're following Gandhi's values.
Yeah.
Right? This is not about one human being, it's the values that they live by. So what you will get is a happier life if you're able to extract those values and live by those values. Yes, dear.
Hi, I'm Ursula from the KwaZulu-Natal route. I just wanted to tell you that we were organized from Mandela Leadership Summit, which we stayed on Tuesday at the capture site. And our slogan was, and still is, leaders learn leadership lessons from legends. So that is the message that we need to get across, that there are lessons to be learned right in front of our noses, and we need to apply them to our lives to make ourselves a better person.
Thank you. Yeah, we are blessed not to be like, for us here in Marisburg, it's normal for you. For people like myself, I dream of the opportunities to come to a town like this because it means so much to us. Right? So you're right, we're living amongst and in spaces that are very inspiring, and how do we receive from that? Yeah, thank you. Yes, brother.
I would like to pose one question about which pertains to the installation of the peace. The installation between people and them. How do you expect us to achieve the ultimate intent of world peace and a world where there's so much social segregation in terms of the fact that, I mean, considering that leaders are very tribalistic, how would you say that?
Yeah, I think it's a great question and a difficult one, right? I don't think there was world peace during Buddha's days. There wasn't world peace during Jesus's days. There wasn't world peace. No, if God hadn't solved the problem, who are we to expect to solve the problem? But what we can do is contribute towards world peace. And I think instead of taking the burden of the world's problems on our shoulders, like my brother Nitin, he's a pilgrim. He's walking across the planet with a sign that says, we're walking for world peace. Is he solving the world peace problem? No. Is he contributing towards world peace? Heavily. And is he feeling the deep purpose of his work? Yes. So I think changing the mindset of trying to reach a goal, I think is very important versus saying, I'm going to contribute to being a part of the goal. And in that process, if I do it, I'm going to inspire 10 people around me. And they're going to take something from it, and they will also do the same. And I think that mindset, again, back to the idea of going towards a journey versus a result, I think can be very powerful and also just so much lighter than feeling this heavy burden that the world sucks. And there's so many things going on, and how do I deal with it? No, we just do our small part, right? Thank you for bringing that question up. Beautiful.
Thank you so kindly, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's the last one. Okay, sure. But I said no, tell them one more paper. Okay. Sorry, everyone. Sorry, everyone. There's one more presentation. We do have one more presentation. Can we settle for our last presentation? All right, thank you. Can we settle down for the last presentation, please? Okay. Our next presenter is Dr. Adri Saha. I hope I have pronounced that correctly. Who is an assistant professor. Arti. Dr. Arti Saha. I'm not too good with the pronunciation, the Indian pronunciations. From Vidagaza College of Women, Kolkata. Is that correct? Dr. Arti, over to you, please. Is she here? Oh, was it virtual?
If we don't have this, it's fine. Let's go directions. Whoever is left over, watch it later. Okay. It's a recording.
She was just here.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are running behind, so we're going to make some changes to the program. Dr. Atrisa is not here at the moment, so we will move on straight onto the next panel. Roundtable 4, and it's our pleasure at this time to invite Vimal Soni, and he's going to talk to us on non-violence and peace, the way to fight the status quo, and analysis of the methods of Mandela, Gandhi, and King. Please put your hands together as it comes on.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Sure. For the purposes of this presentation, will be reading from a paper that I wrote, which would be along the same names as what was just presented. So, the status quo of the turbulent landscape of the 21st century is that the concepts of peace and non-violence have emerged as multifaceted and unalienable components for fostering a more just and equitable world. Thus, the legacies and actions of Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and Martin Luther King all serve as paragons of peace and non-violent movements, providing profound insights into the transformative power of these principles. Extrapolating the philosophy of Satyagraha, or truth force, Gandhi gave credence to the wisdom of non-violent resistance in opposing oppressive systems, in achieving justice. On the other hand, Mandela employed a leadership approach that revolved around the eradication of the apartheid through in non-violent protests and civil disobedience. Similarly, King's civil rights movements in the United States highlighted the potency of non-violent action in effecting social transformation against discrimination and systemic racism. Through an analysis of these methods embraced by these influential leaders in the 21st century, one gains a deeper understanding of the unrelenting challenges inherent in the pursuit of a future categorized by more than just the absence of violence. Mahatma Gandhiji, known as the father of India's independent movement, stands as a symbol of core peace and non-violent movements. His philosophy of satyagraha was grounded in the belief that truth and moral courage could be used to confront oppressive forces without resorting to violence. Nelson Mandela, an iconic figure in the struggle against apartheid in South Africa, embraced non-violence as a means of achieving social change. And in the United States, Martin Luther King spearheaded the civil rights movement, challenging racial discrimination and systemic racism. Through an analysis of these methods, we can see the impact that they have had on the status quo at the time and the lessons that can be learned through the 21st century. The impact of Gandhi's philosophy of satyagraha on British colonial regimes in India. I would like to begin with a quote. There is a higher court than the courts of justice, and that is the court of conscience. It supersedes all other courts. And to me, this encapsulates the principles of satyagraha. And this quote was obviously done by Gandhiji himself. And in that, Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of satyagraha placed an emphasis on non-violent resistance. And this had a marked impact on the British colonial regime in India. Additionally, with the utilization of the philosophy, Gandhi aimed to highlight the inhumanity and atrocities of the British rule, which would then pave the way for India's eventual independence. Gandhi believed that truth and moral courage could be used as powerful tools to confront oppression without resorting to violence. Thus, through acts of civil disobedience and non-violent protests, Gandhi and his followers sought to highlight the injustices perpetuated by the British colonial regime, thereby addressing the inhumanity of their rule. I would just like to echo what Mr. Patel said before me about the 1930s Salt March, in that was a global and talked about event that encapsulated this idea of satyagraha, wherein Gandhiji amassed followers to walk 240 miles through the Arabian Sea, where they collected salt, which was in direct contrast to the British monopoly, which monopolized salt as an industry in India. Thus, Gandhi's approach to satyagraha offers valuable lessons that can be learned from, that all of us can learn from this philosophy. Number one, the power of moral courage. Gandhi gave credence to the inherent power of truth and moral courage. Thus, he demonstrated that it is possible to challenge oppression and injustice without resorting to violence. Therefore, at its core, satyagraha emphasizes the strength and transformative potential of standing up for what is right, even in the face of adversity through non-violent means. Secondly, non-violence as a force for change. At its core, the concept of satyagraha was transformative. Gandhi's efforts on non-violence as a means of achieving social and political change is a valuable and historical lesson. And this showcases the impact of nonviolence and resistance in challenging oppressive regimes and systems. Thus, it highlights the power of peaceful protests, civil disobedience, and non-cooperation in mobilizing collective action and effecting meaningful transformations. Unity and solidarity. Gandhi's approach fostered unity and solidarity among all diverse communities of India, regardless of caste, regardless of who is rich and who is poor. All these social divisions were broken down by the inherent nature of the truth force, which is satyagraha. Empowerment and self-reliance. Gandhi's philosophy empowered individuals and communities to obtain the agency of their liberation. Satyagraha encouraged self-reliance, self-discipline, and self-sufficiency. Therefore, this lesson highlights the importance of personal agency, resilience, and grassroots in organizing and effecting lasting change. So in summary, can be said that the concept of satyagraha begins with the grassroots and works its way up to the higher echelons of society. Overall, Gandhi's philosophy offers a framework for peaceful resistance and social change. It teaches us the importance of moral courage, nonviolence, unity, empowerment, and global solidarity in challenging oppressive systems and working towards a more just and equitable world. Moving on to South Africa, Nelson Mandela and the leadership of nonviolence during the apartheid. And I would again like to start the section off with a quote. If people can learn to hate, they can be taught to love. For love comes more naturally than the opposites. Quote by Nelson Mandela. Nelson Mandela's leadership approaches through nonviolence, peaceful protests, and boycotts had an undisputed impact on the efforts against the apartheid regime in South Africa. Moreover, Mandela's commitment to nonviolent resistance and his carefully curated use of peaceful means played a pivotal role in the dismantling of the oppressive system and achieving a democratic, equal society. A key component of Mandela's leadership approach was the mobilization of masses. With this, Mandela recognized that the power of unity and solidarity in the challenging of the apartheid regime. Thus, he effectively organized and led peaceful protests, demonstrations, and boycotts that engaged people from all facets of society, including workers, students, and activists. Once again, this can be likened to the approach of satyagraha, which begins at the grassroots and works its way back into the other aspects of society. A poignant example of Mandela's nonviolent resistance was the Defiance campaign of the 1950s. As a key figure of the African National Congress, Mandela coordinated a series of peaceful unjust laws. And therefore, the campaign encouraged people to openly defy the discriminatory laws, highlighting the inherent injustice and challenging the legitimacy of the apartheid government. Mandela's dedication to nonviolence and peaceful movements was further highlighted in the 1980s when he advocated for economic boycotts and sanctions against South Africa. Accordingly, he recognized the power of international pressure in isolating the apartheid regime. Again, very similar to the Salt March of the 1930s, where it garnered international attention in a non-violent way to effect change. Thus, the leadership approaches of Nelson Mandela based on nonviolence, peaceful protests, and boycotts against the apartheid government offers several valuable lessons. Firstly, it speaks to the power of nonviolent resistance. Mandela's commitment to nonviolence showed the potency of peaceful means in opposing oppressive systems. Extrapolating his strategic use of nonviolent protests and boycotts to mobilize the masses again, garnered international attention, which highlighted the status quo of the apartheid in South Africa, which affected global change. Secondly, the mobilization of the masses. Nelson Mandela understood and recognized the importance of unity and solidarity in bringing about meaningful change. In addition to organizing and leading peaceful protests and demonstrations that engaged people from diverse backgrounds, he created a far-reaching movement that opposed the legitimacy as a whole of the apartheid government. Thereafter, the issue of moral authority and reconciliation comes into play. As we all know, Nelson Mandela was imprisoned for a number of years, and he did not use this to become bitter. Instead, he used this as a platform to reconcile. His unwavering commitment to nonviolence and peaceful resolution, even after enduring these years of imprisonment, solidified his moral authority and positioned him as a symbol of peace and reconciliation. His emphasis on forgiveness and reconciliation after the end of apartheid highlighted the healing and building of a just society. In conclusion, the experiences and approaches of Nelson Mandela offers a valuable lesson on the power of nonviolent resistance, mobilizing masses, and the ability to effect change and transformation in society through nonviolent ways. Similarly, if you move on to America, with Martin Luther King and the mobilization of civil rights through peace and nonviolence, I once again would like to begin with a quote. We must concentrate not merely on the negative expulsion of war, but the positive affirmation of peace. These were very wise words by Martin Luther King Jr., and it perfectly summarizes his leadership approach. Martin Luther King Jr. had a seismic impact on civil rights movements through his promotion of peaceful and nonviolent means. Moreover, his leadership and strategies not only placed a fundamental role in the advancement of civil rights for African Americans, but also inspired social justice cognizance and movements around the world. One of the significant impacts of Martin Luther King Jr.'s approach was the transformation of society's notions of civil rights movements and what they entail. Extrapolating his philosophy of nonviolence, King looked to create a moral and ethical approach that would expose the injustices of racial segregation and discrimination. Thus, by adhering to nonviolent methods such as peaceful protests, sit-ins, and boycotts, King effectively challenged the status quo and forced the nation to address its deeply rooted racial prejudices. King's specific leadership and perseverance towards nonviolence instilled a sense of discipline and restraint within civil rights movements. This emphasized the importance of peaceful resistance, urging his followers to resist physical violence and respond with love and compassion, which is akin to the quotes that he so famously coined. So Martin Luther King's approaches to civil rights movements also offer valuable lessons, and these resonate even today, namely the power of nonviolence. King exhibited the transformative power of nonviolent resistance, wherein he highlighted that peaceful protests and acts of civil disobedience could effectively challenge injustice and inspire change without resorting to violence. Thereafter, he spoke about the moral and ethical appeal of nonviolence. King stressed the importance of appealing to moral compasses of society. Therefore, by highlighting the injustices of racial segregation and discrimination, he aimed to awaken empathy and create a sense of moral obligation among individuals and institutions. Again, the concept of discipline and restraint comes into play. wherein King highlighted the significance of the discipline and restraint against adversity by adhering to nonviolence and responding with compassion. This in and of itself, as contradictory as this may sound, is an effective way to fight against something. You're fighting without fighting. You're fighting just by getting your word out there. As many of you must have picked up by now, there is a lot in common between these three leaders of society. Firstly, the leadership approaches and ideologies of Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and Martin Luther King Jr. in advocating for peace and nonviolence have left a lasting impact on the world. I mean, we're all sat here today to celebrate 100 years after the train incident that happened here. Surely that counts for something. One theme that emerges from the approach is the power of nonviolent resistance. Gandhi's concept of satyagraha emphasized the poignant nature of nonviolent resistance to challenge oppression and achieve justice. Accordingly, Mandela embraced nonviolence and peaceful protests in his fight against the apartheid regime in South Africa. Similarly, Martin Luther King emphasized the transformative power of nonviolent means in the civil rights movements in the United States. These leaders demonstrated that nonviolence is not a sign of the weak, but a strategic tool that is a morally compelling approach to create change. Thus, they understood that violence begets violence, violence begets violence, and that peaceful means have the potential to awaken empathy, challenge societal norms, and foster reconciliation. Furthermore, these leaders emphasize the importance of discipline and strategic mobilization. Nelson Mandela could have easily have been bitter upon his release from prison. Gandhiji could have easily taken a non-peaceful approach after what happened to him, but they had the restraint to say no. They had the restraint to remain mindful of what happened to them and thus affect greater change by getting the attention of global societies to highlight the injustices of what is going on around them in their current status quo. So in conclusion, the legacies of Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and Martin Luther King Jr. exemplify and stand as paragons of the enduring impact of peaceful and nonviolent approaches to promoting justice and equality. Moreover, these nation-shaping leaders demonstrated the transformative power of nonviolence, the moral and ethical appeal of their movements, and the strategic mobilization of diverse groups to effect change. Their efforts resulted in significant social, political, and legislative advancements that continue to resonate today. Mahatma Gandhi's philosophy of satyagraha highlighted the importance and impact of nonviolent resistance to challenge oppression and achieve justice. Therefore, through his leadership, Gandhi showed the world that nonviolence is not a sign of weakness, but a strategic and morally compelling approach to create change. Nelson Mandela cultivated nonviolence and peaceful means to combat the apartheid government in South Africa. Despite the grueling years of imprisonment and adversity, Mandela's unwavering commitment to reconciliation and justice earned him global respect and admiration. Through peaceful protest, boycotts, and negotiation, Nelson Mandela and the African National Congress successfully dismantled the apartheid system and ushered in a new era of democracy. Similarly, Martin Luther King advocated for civil rights in the United States using nonviolent means. King's commitment to peaceful protests, sit-ins, and boycotts opposed systemic racism and segregation, leading to significant legislative achievements, including the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act of 1965. The approaches of these leaders express key lessons for individuals, movements, and societies. Firstly, they exhibit that nonviolence is a powerful tool for effecting positive change. By choosing nonviolence, they broke the cycle of hatred and violence, inspiring empathy and compassion in others, effectively challenging the status quo. The enduring impact of Gandhi, Mandela, and King extends far beyond their lifetimes. Their legacies continue to inspire and influence generations of activists and leaders around the world. Their methods and principles have shaped various social justice movements, providing a roadmap for those striving to achieve justice, equality, and ultimately a more peaceful world. Upon the achievements of these remarkable leaders, one would undoubtedly be inspired to embody their principles in our own life and work towards a world where peace, justice, and equality prevail. These poignant examples of Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and Martin Luther King served as a reminder that peaceful activism can bring about lasting positive change. Their unrelenting commitment to nonviolence, their ability to mobilize diverse groups, and their moral and ethical appeal leave an enduring legacy that continues to shape the pursuit of a more equitable and just society. Thank you.
Thanks. That was actually an excellent paper. I like the way that you reframed civil disobedience. It was a very subtle way, if you pick that up. The Salt March as well was a reframing of civil disobedience, and your points on the grassroots and the masses. I think we seldom use those two concepts together, grassroots and masses. But that was quite an interesting paper. So well done on that. Ladies and gentlemen, questions from the floor? I think we can take one question if we have. Yes, please. Can you please just state your name and then?
Good day, everyone. My name is Stephen. So basically, there is this economic conquest which most people facing now, and also we sort of speak about this as politically. I'm not trying to define the government which is Mahatma and also Mandela on the post-colonial context. So I just want to find out how can we actually manage their beliefs. Mine is like this. So during the fall, there was an approach which was prepared by different people and different an approach of but because of the capitalist and also society that is being by getting profit, the institution actually hired private security to actually make sure that the meetings are being good and then the violence are being good. So how do we act as black as women of South Africa to actually adopt, because we did adopt the peaceful protest, we did adopt the non-violent. But at the same time, you are being careful being experienced on some of the issues. I think Mahatma Gandhi believed on the people being to choose hard, head, and upper hand, the method of education. With the number that bring that everyone is there for education. But when you adopt that principle, also the advocacy, we are still doing that. So what's the way forward of actually locating this data? Because your paper is very dense and also is powerful. It doesn't like we keep on speaking about them as we have past. It's a past there. So how can we use how can we use an previous staff approach? How can we interpret it because I mean like the creating other people that all the leaders we actually sacrifice community more than so these are questions that we need to put. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Sir, you raised a very important question. And I've long since had a notion that the art of not taking action is an action in and of itself. So going back to what you were saying about, yes, the students implemented peaceful protests, but then the institutions brought private security. Throughout the examples of these leaders that we're speaking about, they were faced with crossroads, and they had the ability to choose how they are going to react in the face of adversity. So my opinion is, even though life may seem unfair, it's how you deal with what you perceive to be unfair that will shape you and will therefore shape the society as a whole. And that is what has been seen with these three leaders, that all three of them have experienced hardships, have experienced things that shape them. You know, going back to what Mr. Vattel said before me, is everybody has had the railway station moments. It's about how you respond to that. It's about how you pick yourself up, just like Mahatma Gandhi did. That would affect a better change and would affect a better perception of what is going to happen in the future. So while it's obviously hard of what you've just raised, people don't, like these leaders, they don't do something because it's easy, they do it because it's hard. So I feel as if that is my opinion of your question. I hope that I've addressed it.
We're on time, thanks. So we're on time, let's see if we have more time after that. Yeah, thanks. Can I invite our next speaker up, Fatima Chaudhary, and she's going to talk on moving the levers of power. I think this will build up very nicely. Please can I ask you to also introduce yourself? I don't have your bio data. Thanks.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace be with you. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. I'm very grateful to be here today with you, and thank you to the organizers of the GMK Foundation for this conference for giving me the opportunity to speak today and be a part of the capacity to dialogue. My name is Fatima Chaudhary, and I come to you from Pakistan. I am part of the Martin Luther King Jr. Freedom Center. We are located in Oakland, California, and I am a junior in university. I go to New York University in Manhattan, so it's very nice to be here with you today. There's a few things that I want to discuss in terms of what we've already been discussing before, particularly with the focus. I'm just going to take this up because I feel more comfortable having it in my hands. There's a few things, like I said, I'd like to discuss with you today, particularly with the focus on the United States and the progression of society that has taken place. So the first thing that I'd like to talk about is this type of infrastructural violence that we are facing right now in our society. And what I mean by infrastructural violence is that major institutions in our world, the ones that you see most commonly, like religious institutions, the court systems, the prisons, and places of religion, places of education, even our own families, are under attack by a type of violence that is being perpetuated by the status quo. And by the status quo, I mean a type of framework that operates under the idea, a business framework that operates under the idea that the commodity and what it provides is more important than the person. It's more important than what we choose to give. The profit is more important. The result, like Mr. Patel was saying, is more important. And it has become a pattern. And why I think patterns are important to observe is because they involve something systematic. They involve something that you start to see everywhere. This disease does not just exist in the United States. It exists in many places. And if we really want to be practitioners of nonviolence, we have to become analytical like Dr. King was. We have to become analytical like Gandhi was. Gandhi did not just say these values randomly to be truthful, to be peaceful. He also was a student of education. He was a student of life. And one thing that I feel like we are lacking now is this analytical approach to the patterns and behaviors that we start to see. Young people are so angry right now. That's good. Be angry about what's going on, but attach it to some sort of action that's going to deem your anger worthy. I've seen so many people of my own generation go to museums, go to places of education and religion and take a stand, but they're just angry. It's not going anywhere. The Black Lives Matter movement, these huge protests burst out into the streets, and we were fighting for something legitimate, something real, and there's an anger on the streets that you see. But after a protest, do I see a new police in chief? Do I see a new mayor that's elected that can actually enact legislation and can keep us from being harmed by our police officers? Do I see accountability? I see a lot of emotion. And so when I talk about this infrastructural violence, what I'm really talking about is a violence that forces an individual to abandon themselves. And when I mean abandon yourself I mean abandon your human nature. We talk a lot today about what it means to be more human. Well, right now we're starting to take the human out of humanity. And we've become more selfish and isolated. We've become more greedy. And like Dr. King said, the root of all evil is that greed. And we've now started to play a war of allegiance. So where I come from, in my community, a lot of girls like me, a lot of kids like me, the constant battle that we're fighting is, who do I align myself with? My culture or the American capitalist values that I have to go to school for every day? So at one point, I really hated wearing my hijab. I really hated it. It was because it was a reminder of I'm different and I don't belong here. My sisters, they struggle with that same fight now, every day. It hasn't changed. And it still won't change. So what happens is that infrastructural violence that you see in school, that you see when you go to a courtroom, that you see in your own family, it starts to push you away from your own culture, your own values, the same values that we're trying to speak about here today. And what you start, the result that starts to happen is your hijab comes off. And you stop speaking your own language. My little brother tells me, don't talk to me in Urdu. That's not cool. That's literally what he says, word for word, verbatim. And that's because his friends like to talk to him in English. That's fine, that's great. But Urdu is much more important. Any language besides English is much more important. And when you go to the court systems, what starts to happen is a racial bias. We still live in a world and in a country where mass incarceration is super high. And mass incarceration is simply high because there is a profit that comes out of labor from the prison systems. We still have police and community violence. And it's all a representation of systems and institutions that have abandoned themselves because the individuals within those institutions have abandoned themselves. A police chief might not be working anymore to serve the public. They might be working because, goddamn, they have to wake up every day to go to the same job. You're not holding those values anymore to serve one another. We're not holding those values. That's because the status quo really, really influences us to do one thing, which is find liberation. But listen to this part. Find liberation from our responsibilities. That's what the status quo wants, is to find a liberation from our responsibilities. There's a difference. I want you to remember this. that there's a difference between responsibility and being response-able. Dr. King says that in order to live in this world, we have to change. We have to change and adjust to the new times that we live in. We have to be more vigilant. I've noticed that we've become less vigilant and more lazy. We are distracted. And what we want is to no longer be responsible for something. That's how we end up with AWOL fathers that don't want to take care of their families, communities that are left devastated because they're either distracted by something that they're either distracted by gaining money, getting profit drugs, whatever they are. You know, the reality is that we are faced with a society that can give us so many distractions. Our phones, a lot of young people here I've noticed phones. Put them down. Sit next to somebody. We're all very close to one another in our own groups, in our own cycles. Come sit next to somebody and ask them a question. Get to know them. Do not be afraid to step out of your own comfort zone. And so as a society, if we really want to experience true liberation, then we must become response-able in conducting ourselves in conjunction with the institutions that shape our lives. Response-ableness is the inner initiative to respond. This means to hold our larger institutions accountable in supporting the status quo. That means we have to confront the behavior and actions of our institutions. This requires one thing, that is power. Power, I want you to remember this definition, is the ability to achieve purpose. Power is the ability to achieve purpose. Dr. King says there are two forms and three types of power. The first one is personal power, which is an individual's ability to achieve purpose. And then there's a group power, which is a group's purpose, you know, a group's ability to achieve purpose. The three types that I'm going to talk about right now are economic, political, and the last one, cultural, spiritual power. So the first power, the economic power, talks about who has the capital, the bucks, who makes the decision to spend money and where. Political power talks about the decision-making of the group or the decision-making of an individual. And the last one is cultural spiritual power. Who speaks for the group? Who talks for the group? Who represents the group? So we've talked a lot today about different quotes and different axioms that these three leaders live by. And one thing that I've noticed that all of us, and all of the speakers have done, is really find a way to how to apply them in our own lives in a manner that revolves around conduct. And so when we talk about these power, when we talk about these three types of power, I want to analyze them from the point of view that really depicts what society is like. So let's think about economic power. Who has the capital, the bucks? Where does the money go? Where is it spent? Almost, you'll notice that in the United States, almost all of the wealth, a majority of the wealth is concentrated in the hands of the 1%. The 1%. These are large corporations, large multi-corporations and monopolies that are basically eradicating the middle class, and the poor become poor and the rich become richer. So that's where society is right now in terms of economically. Politically, we have elected officials that sometimes do what they're doing, and sometimes they really don't know what they're doing, and it creates this perception for the public that power is durable, that power is taken, not given. I want to remind us that we elect those people into the positions that they lead. It's not the other way around. And so when they do things that, when they do things around international issues or war that you get so angry about and frustrated about, you're kind of just, oh, I wish I could do something. Well, you can. You elect those people into office. So right now there's this perception in society that we are very disconnected from our government officials, from our electeds. But that's not the case, and that's not true. So in that sense, that's where our political power is at right now, the perception of it. And finally, when we talk about our cultural spiritual power, where does that live? Well, it lives amongst all of us here in this room. It's how we speak for what we believe in. It's about how we talk for what we study and practice. And I believe that cultural spiritual power is deeply connected to the practice of nonviolence and what Gandhi and King were saying until their last dying breath. We have become so consumed as a society in economic and political power that we think that that's the only way to make a change. We've talked so much today about little small things that you can do just to make peace. We've talked away about how it's not much about like glorifying these leaders, it's more about acting upon what they taught and what they left us with. So instead of falling into the media and falling into social media, even though it can be a great platform, I urge all of us to lean more onto the small actions of peace that you can do every day to be more nonviolent and engaged with yourself as an individual. In order to achieve power individually or as a group, you must dedicate yourself to something bigger than yourself. You must be a part of something bigger than yourself. Let me be bold enough to say today that I want you to eradicate this idea from your mind that ideas create conduct. No, it's the other way around. Conduct create ideas. We talked a lot today about what does peace look like? What does peace feel like? And there are children that live in so much violence and in so much pain that they never get to experience what it feels like, what it smells like. But if you give a child that experience, then they'll know what peace feels like. Then they can talk about it, then they can describe it, but they have to participate first in a conduct, in something that's real and tangible, in something that gives them a story. So if we want to talk about peace, then we have to think about the conducts of peace. And if you involve yourself in something bigger than yourself, then you are actively participating in something that is peaceful, because being of service is the most peaceful thing that you can do for yourself and for one another. So like I said in the beginning of my presentation, our young people are very much inside of us. I encourage all of our older participants, grab the hand of a young person, say, you're going to sit here next to me today, and talk to them. And as a young person, I urge all of you to sit next to somebody and ask them questions. Sit next to somebody you don't want lunch. That's a peaceful way of interacting with one another. It's a way of being of service to one another. When you leave this conference, think about things that you want to do, conducts that you can walk away from that tells you that this conference isn't just about the exchange of ideas or dialogue, but it's legitimately about something that I can do. I can take home with me. Some of the most violent things that you will experience as a young person does not mean protests and rallies. For most of us, it's the emotional violence that we feel within our own homes, that we feel within schools. That's the most dangerous playground. That's the most dangerous battlefield that we have. And many of us don't recognize that that is our battlefield. We let ourselves go into it. We let violence beget violence because we're addicted to that. That's our comfort place. So understanding where our battlefield is and where our time, energy, and love must be put into means that you have to be a part of something bigger than yourself, because it separates you from the selfishness, from the greed, from everything that we've let ourselves dive into and pretend that this is our place of comfort. My organization, we do a lot of work around civic engagement and voting. We pre-register 15 to 16 years old in our high schools so that as soon as their ballot, as soon as they turn 18, their ballot gets registered into the system, and then you have a higher chance that you are going to vote in the upcoming elections. And most of these kids are this age that I come across. And when I talk to them, I'm very excited, I'm very passionate about voting, and I'm saying, you should register, this is something really important, there's an upcoming election. And the one most common phrase that I hear from them is, my vote doesn't matter. They genuinely believe that my vote doesn't matter, who cares? I'm just one vote, who cares? Even if you are one vote, the act of participating and writing your name down and knowing something and talking to somebody is the conduct of knowing that, hey, I participated in something bigger than myself today. That's how distraught we are. That's how much we've convinced ourselves that we don't matter. And I'm here to tell you today that if you want to be nonviolent and if we want to carry the values that King and Gandhi left with us, it starts with ourselves. We can no longer play this mindset of the victim, of romanticizing the way that our society has abandoned us. That's your society. The poor people living on the street is your poor people. The police violence that happens in our community is our police violence. The courts laws that don't uphold and represent us are our courts and laws. That we are a representation of what we choose to neglect. So if I hear more complaining, more I don't matter, and all of this, I really, really encourage us to walk away from this conference thinking that the one thing that is important is dedicating to something ourselves, something bigger, and choosing to live in that pathway. Thank you.
I think when I read your submission, the first thing that came into my mind was that the philosopher Michel Foucault would have been very impressed with what he said. His whole idea of structural deconstruction is important one. Yes, please go ahead.
So Fatima, such a passionate and in-depth presentation. Just a clarification I heard from you. What kind of statistics do you have with regard to prisoner labor being intensified to help the economic system? I just like to hear it. Right.
Yeah, I think you can come up here. That's actually an interesting question. I'm wondering if you're from America. No. Okay.
I can independent, right? It's talking to.
Yes.
Well, I would not like to personally quote any stats or numbers in case I am incorrect. But I did very recently write an essay about for my research project in school about how there is a deep interconnection between the labor prison system, or the prison system and its connection to labor, and how it supports this idea of a capitalist society. And in my research that I did at the time for that paper, there was a direct correlation of how public schools, so if you want to start somewhere, look at the public schools and look at the way that they uphold this labor mentality, the way that even class schedules are designed, that there's a separation between AP honors and regular students, and this idea of the security in the public schools. More and more public schools now have started increasing their levels of security, and it's not like it is not like regular security that would be like peace officers or social workers. They are legitimate police officers that come into the schools to regulate the violence that happens, because well, that's a whole host of what I just said, but I don't want to quote anything because I don't remember it, but if you want to start somewhere, look at the public schools and the way that they format themselves, because what starts to happen is the students that are pushed out, left alone, abandoned, and told to go to detention are Black and brown kids. They are Black and brown kids that are told they are worthless, that are told they are not important, and they're not going to get anywhere. And once they, once you have that interaction with the courts and the laws as a young child, your ability, or you are more vulnerable and susceptible at a higher rate to go into the prisons. So some of these students, what starts to happen is if the fights escalate, they do go to juvie and juvenile detention. And once you enter into that whole jail process and to the courts, you are very easily open to all sorts of possibilities of staying in there for a long time. And that affects your graduation rate, that affects how you do well in school, that affects how things are at home. And we see that all of this really tends to happen in low income and very poor areas.
Thank you.
We are living in a dual society. There are also dual system.
So
Dual system providing the
USA.
yeah. On one side, one area, one side, there is a very advanced society, enjoying all progress. The other side, they don't have any advantage. We were on the base of the that may be the root cause of violence in the society. One of the reasons.
Especially a lot of policies. I mean, you look at how much of school shootings in America.
Yes.
Can I take the first and then last question?
You were thinking about a lot of things. I read the presentation in two parts. The first part, very profound. You may not have used the word, used infrastructural violence. But there's a lot of literature on what is called structural violence. And you went into that. When you spoke about the 1% in your own society which you want someone to dwell, right? Practically someone to dwell and so on. You're speaking about capitalism.
Yes.
Okay, which is so intensely violent. Okay, you also went a little bit into religion, and there's so much violence in religion. All of this is structural, is indirect violence. And I think you're a grasp of what you're talking about. That's one part. But how do we address it? How do we deal with this? I'm a little disappointed. Okay, if you work in an organization, you say, and you do things in very implemental ways, but I don't think, given where you're coming from and your understanding of the reality, okay, that kind of structural violence, which requires effort from all of us, oldies like us, youngsters like you, to understand where this violence is coming from and how we're going to deal with it. I don't think getting people to vote, every vote counts and so on is going to, even address the tip of the iceberg. So I'd like you to reflect upon, and here is where your hand is very important. The influence, he's influenced by Gandhi to a large extent. So I think if we engage with this in a deeper way, all of us, perhaps we'll be able to look at how we need to deal with this huge problem that refuses to go away. Greed is a form of structural violence.
Yes.
And as long as we are caught in this net, it's simply not going to go away. And climate change is just going to bring all of us up. So can you think a little more deeply about what you got?
Yes, thank you for the question. When you talk about all of the very big major issues that we are dealing with, climate change, and the very deep depression of this indirect violence that we feel from all different institutions at a very big level, I'm reminded of a feeling that I used to have a lot. And I say me because I'm able to write this paper through experience. I'm able to understand and analyze where this infrastructural violence comes from because I am a product and was a product of my own system. And so there are many times where it does feel very bleak and hopeful-less, where it feels like nothing's going to get better and nothing is going to change. And you see, the thing is, my story of voting is this small, but civic engagement, I really want the idea of civic engagement to be redefined is not just about voting. It is a whole spectrum that involves so many different conducts from very large to very small. The largest being, I believe, is getting a hold of the power seeds that will change the legislation that drives each different institution in our lives. That's the most important part. The chairman of the Black Panther Party, Bobby Seale, said, if you can do anything, get a hold of those power seeds. And there are other parts of civic engagements like protests and rallies and going from door to door and knocking on people's doors and asking them to vote, being creative through your art and music and getting a way to, engage people. My only thing is we cannot use the tools and the methods that the right wing and the very greedy are doing in order to get where we want to go, because unjustified means do not lead to a justified end. We need peaceful means to reach a peaceful end. It's the way that we are doing things. We have to be creative. I don't have all the answers. I don't know, but we have to be creative because now we are living in a different time in a world where technology is taking over. Money is very, very, very addictive, and it controls all of us. My father, he didn't like the fact that I was so far progressed in the way that I was speaking to my fellows and peers about this, going from place to place and speaking, traveling a lot. He got very afraid that I'm going to lose my daughter to a world that I can't control. And that's the story for a lot of young people. Some young people don't even realize what is the possibility and the connection that they have. But once I started to realize that I have the opportunity to be a part of something that can let me speak about the pain that I went through on a much larger level, that's when I was unlocked in being a part of this journey to educate others. And it affects everybody on a larger level. So I urge you to not fall into the despair and the hope and the hopelessness that things cannot get solved, because every little effort counts. Every little thing counts, because it's already so hard to get somebody just involved. Do you know how hard it is to get young people here, let alone their own school auditorium, to talk about something really important? That's why every effort counts, because it's already so hard to do the small things that we have to push and prod. I feel like a mom sometimes, just go in there and talk. So it's very important that we not let go of those small little things as well.
That was actually a very hard question. And at one point, I wanted to please give me a break because it was actually difficult. You did well. I think, and you actually really want it. I think it's a matter of us reframing civil society. We really need an analytical tool in civil society. Can I take the last question, and then we are really present to the answer.
I'm just gonna quickly. So the issue of online decentralization of power. For me, the videos of Gandhi, Mandela, and Martin Luther King. Do you think the values of the class so online we have online protests, which is against non-violent protest. Do you think that you're using that platform correctly because there's no violence? At the same time, it's very strategic in terms of just telling you the federal level power, federal knowledge, and also to do inside the feminism, PRL, and that's not
Okay, respond. But online is not online. What's online? I think it's very important that you say that.
Yeah.
I think you must frame that properly, because when you say that online is not violent, then you completely eliminate all the actors. And if you look at some of the critical issues, for example, in India, where you have massive mobs approaching people, targeting people, even to the point of when it has become surveillance, we might share those ideas. You can't say it's non-violent. And I think that's precisely where you can say it's a medium to push an idea, but you can't classify it. That's problematic.
I would agree. I think that social media is a tool, but it is not the center and should not be the center of nonviolent massive change or protest. Every tool has the opportunity to be good in its nature or to be very negative in its nature. You have to think about the people that are in charge of that tool. And as it stands, social media and the use of phones are in the hands of the very rich, wealthy, and most importantly, the military. The military uses technology like that to kill other people, to bomb villages, to hurt children. And if we want to be the starters and the sparkers of nonviolent change, it's not going to happen through social media. I can make a post about some protest or movement that's happening, and I will forget it literally in the next 10 minutes. Because you're that distracted when you're using your phone. You're very distracted. And my little brother is addicted to that phone. And he doesn't do anything useful with it. He's just watching videos or playing video games. That is every child in the United States of America, in India, and Pakistan, and stuff, and so many other places. You want to post something? Go ahead. You want to talk about something? Go ahead. But you have to think about who's in charge of what's being, of what you use. When I buy a phone, I know where I'm getting it from. I know where that material is sourced from. I know where it's coming from. So to your question, nonviolence change is not going to start from social media, and it's not going to end with social media. Nonviolence change starts with people. People moving, talking, doing things, being in person, and it will end in that way as well.
So depending on the you want to now keep going at lunch. Oh, sorry, one second between the next section. So really 10 past. Yeah. So okay. I said this is dedicated important to your please can we and remember to turn back to around 6:00.
Yeah, you have to stop this. I've seen so all the pictures are small online. Because this wasn't stopped.
Okay.
So even this camera, everything's small because it's still waiting for that presentation. So this color is on the recording. But I'm gonna put this in so you don't have to worry too much about it.
Okay.
Okay, but these guys, they do a live presentation, you can ask it into Zoom.
Okay.
That's very important.
You don't have to open it first and then share.
Yeah. You have to open it first and then check. But let me see. I'm going to install this thing. Maybe he can just put it up as the next time. Okay. Just keep that gentleman. Okay.
Hello? Hello? Hello, there's no audio on the Zoom, please.